Good morning, all. It's now 10:45, and starting now, I'm hoping that we would run through straight until lunchtime when we will review what we will do at that stage. Just again, good morning, Judge Makhubele. Good morning, evidence leader. And
good morning, President and
representatives,
everyone.
the representative of the complainant. Judge Makhubele, the floor is yours, so to speak. We will continue.
Thank you, President. This morning we requested an opportunity to copy bundles that I referred to yesterday and that I'm still going to refer to this morning when I deal with my evidence, and particularly with regard to charge 1, or the charge relating to holding 2 offices. We have managed to get 2 bundles copied. I'm informed they are still printing. It's mainly emails, President and members of the Tribunal, that I need as I testify about my interactions with the Judge President Mlambo. The importance and relevance of these emails that are still being printed is with regard to the issue of our interactions beginning of 2018 and the meetings that we held. Last night, President, as you can imagine, my current attorney does not have the documents. I had already sent every piece of evidence to my previous attorneys of record. So I have to restart now because there has not been a proper handing over between Mabuza attorneys and the state attorney. So this morning, I forwarded those emails to her, to Ms. Mubeng. Those are the emails that she has currently asked the Secretariat to print for us. And I appreciate the indulgence that you have given us. You informed us that you give us 30 minutes, but she's still printing. And I think for my trail of thoughts and to give meaningful testimony, I need to refer to those emails. I can start in the moment, but as soon as they finish printing, that's when I will deal with that relevant topic, President.
Before we commence with your further evidence, if I may just remind you that you are still under oath. And I'm hoping that we could go through to lunchtime, but if you should need an adjournment or anything before that, please let me know. So we may commence, Judge Makhubele.
Thank you, President. I will certainly need an adjournment because, as I indicated, I read the evidence of one witness as and when I think I'm going to talk about them. Yesterday I was not able to do much preparations. I drive from my home, which is far. I stay in traffic in the morning for a minimum of 1.5 hours. So by the time I get here, I'm tired. By the time I get home in the evening, I'm tired. So it's quite a struggle. I was even suggesting to the state attorney that maybe next time they will have to make arrangements for me to stay wherever the proceedings are taking place, because I am at a disadvantage. The prosecutor and everyone is simply press the lift here and go and refresh and start preparing, while I, tired as I am, I have to drive. But so I really need, I'm not feeling well. I will proceed anyway. President, I will start to testify with regard to the main charge. Before I start to testify, I do not want to be in trouble with the panel like yesterday, because most of the things have already been placed on record. If it were me, if I had a say on the matter, or rather I am asking you maybe to tell me what your expectations of me are with regard to the first charge. I'm asking this question because a lot of things have already been said. A lot of things are no longer in dispute. A lot of things in the charge sheet have, I think by their own admissions, the witnesses, there's no dispute, they have fallen off. So I do not know, because when I get to that evidence, absent concession from my learned, well, I'm the accused, I can't call her colleague, from the pro forma prosecutor that this issue has fallen off. I will have to go through every charge and address each and every piece of evidence, and that will take much long. Thank you, President.
Yes, I want to know, and are you going to lead any further evidence today? Or are you going to ask for an adjournment? Just what it is that you would like to do. We are here today to hear your evidence, Judge Makhubele. If you have elected to give evidence, so we're ready to listen to whatever it is you have to say. I'm sure by now the purpose of this inquiry had been explained to you. You've had counsel representing you up till now, and it's that we would like to deal with. And if I may assist you, we would like to know why you didn't take up the position as a judge from January 2018, and dealing with that is what really happened between you and the witness, Martha Ngoi. That's, for the moment, that concerns me. Are you in a position to testify as far as that is concerned? Yes.
President, today I have prepared to testify about the first charge.
which charge are you referring to when you say that charge? There are 2 complaints against you.
Can I get just a moment whilst I look for the terms of reference, a copy? Someone can assist me, I have it here.
It's volume 3, page 257. Volume 3, sorry, page 1057, Chair. Volume 3.
I have one from my own records. It's not paginated, but it's the second page of the terms of reference, paragraph 5. There are 2 charges indeed. 5.1, paragraph 5 says the tribunal shall investigate, make findings and report on 5.1 whether the respondent improperly held a dual status as a judge of the High Court of South Africa and chairperson of the Interim Board of Control of the Prasa, and in so doing rendered themselves guilty of gross misconduct as envisaged in section 177 of the Constitution. That's what I refer to as charge 1, President. The question that you have asked me about what really happened between me and witness Martha Ngoye falls in the second charge, 5.2. So I say today I'm prepared to testify with regard to the first charge and to finalize it.
I appreciate that, what you want to say. So let's then deal with, as you've referred to it, as the first charge is basically the charge dealing with you being both at the same time a judge and the president or the chairperson of the Prasa board, if I may. Summarize it as shortly as that. But I think you understand the first charge, don't you?
I understand they've simplified it, they've used the word dual positions, meaning I was chairperson and judge at the same time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now you're prepared to talk on that issue today.
That's what the testimony of JP Mlambo relates to that, and I'm prepared to testify about that.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. There will be 3 segments or portions or themes. The first will be pre-JSC interviews and post-interviews. And then the last one will be the interactions with regard to redetermination of my appointment date. I will also deal with the affidavit that JP Mlambo has filed for purposes of this tribunal. I'll deal with the allegations in that affidavit in as far as there may be evidence that has not been placed on record in the transcript. That's his affidavit is in volume 10 from page 1 to, it's actually very short. It's a short affidavit. So I will go through that and I will then comment on his evidence that's in the transcript. I don't know if the transcript have been, but they have been paginated, but there's no volumes, but there's a whole transcript of each and every witness's evidence. Thank you, President. As I stated yesterday, as I was completing my questionnaire for purposes of the JSC application, I had meetings with JP Mlambo, and I then told him that I have a challenge. I was appointed chairperson of the Water Tribunal 2015 for a 4-year term that would have ended in 2019. So I was 2 years into that term. We talked about it. I said, I cannot just leave abruptly because the tribunal collapsed before my appointment because the chairperson left abruptly. So I would like to give a proper notice. And he asked me, so in the event that I am appointed as a judge, I will not want to start immediately. I would like to give the minister proper notice, about 3 months' notice. And with regard to the tribunal...
Sorry, you said you mentioned 3 months' notice.
Yes.
Did you tell Judge Mlambo that?
Yes. This is my discussion with him, that I will give a 3 months' notice. His comment with regard to the Water Tribunal was that that's not a problem. I can talk to the minister to give you even more time. How much time do you want? Maybe 6 months. Then we settled for 4 months. That's where April comes from. And then in passing, we were just discussing that maybe when he talks to the minister, there may not be a prohibition for me to continue with being a judge and chairperson of the Water Tribunal. But his view, I think he repeated that in this tribunal, that being chairperson of the Water Tribunal is administrative duties. It's not administrative duties. But that was just a discussion in passing. We had already agreed that he can give me 4 months. And then other than the Water Tribunal, there were other matters that I was still involved in that had been set down in court, even for the next year. I remember I had one matter in Polokwane, which I think I attended to after the, I can't remember the month, but it was way after the interviews and other matters that were set down maybe until March. And there was this other matter that I was doing. There was a, if I'm not mistaken, there was already a judgment and there was leave to, for appeal in the Constitutional Court. That's the one famous matter of involving the former Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Ngasana. I was one of the counsel in that matter. I was representing the Minister of Justice. So we were looking forward to going to the Constitutional Court with my junior. These are just some of the matters that I said I would want to wind up. And then we settled for 4 months. That's where the date of April, if you look at all my documents, there's 1 April comes from. Then I then went to the interview, and anyone who has ever attended.
I'm sorry, let's just, before we get to the interview, this discussion with the Judge President is now before the interview.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes,
And you say the discussions you had with him involved a matter that was set down in March of the following year, 2018, is that correct?
yes,
That was a matter in Polokwane.
no, it was in Pretoria. There was a Polokwane matter, I don't know, I can't remember the date, but there was a Polokwane matter.
Well, let's see if I can put it broadly then. You had matters in court.
Yes, I had matters in court, running matters in court.
Yes, and you told Judge Mlambo that.
Yes,
And what was his response to that?
he was familiar with one because the matter came before him. That's the Constitutional Court. He was part of the bench. So with regard to the others, he had no problem with me having to finalize my matters. And if I can conclude this, I forgot to mention that what I was asking for him is that my appointment certificate, rather when he tells the minister when I should start, the certificate should say 1 April 2018. That was our intention.
Well, let's get clarity on that. This was a discussion you had with Judge Mlambo before the JSC interviews,
Yes,
which was done, if my recollection is correct, 4th of October 2017.
yes,
And you told him that you had matters in court in, amongst other places, Polokwane, in the Constitutional Court as well. And in the Constitutional Court, you were appearing for the Minister of Justice. So before you went to the JSC interviews, you in fact had told Judge Mlambo that you have these outstanding matters. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that with regard to the Water Tribunal,
No, we'll get to the Water Tribunal.
no, I wanted to finish that. I spoke about, because I hear you didn't mention it, I spoke about a notice that I was going to give, a 3 months notice that would end at the end of March 2018.
From your last answer, do I understand what you're saying is that you, in fact, told Judge Mlambo that you will not be able to commence, if you should be appointed, before March 2018? Did you tell Judge Mlambo that, or did you not?
Chairperson, that's why I'm saying our discussion was I will not be able to commence before April. And then that's where the date of 1 April comes from.
Just want to wrap that point up. And that was a judgment, that was a discussion which you had before the JSC interviews.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just talk to my attorney for a minute? Can I ask her to approach me?
Yes, so you may approach her, Judge. We will stand down. We won't adjourn. We will give you time to talk to us.
It doesn't require a standing down. There's something that I just need to tell her.
Yes, certainly she may approach you, or you may approach her. Yes, we may continue then.
Thank you for the indulgence. And we left it there. Before you asked your last question, I was saying what I was asking for is not unusual, or was not unusual. There's a in our division, one judge who was granted, I think, about 9 months to wind up his practice. So it was nothing unusual, because we all know the date is fixed. It's the JP suggests to the minister, if the minister has no problem, the president sign any day or date that is given to him. So we then left it there, that my appointment date will be 1 April 2018. Then I went to the interview, and I was not asked a question, when are you going to start? I don't remember. Maybe there are people who are asked, or if maybe the JP want to raise it, but my JP did not raise anything, and I was not asked anything. The interview ended. And then before the interviews, sometime in, I will make the screenshot available as part of the record and the email, because there's this, I've seen an allegation in the complainant's affidavit that suggests that I applied to be in the Prasa board. There was a selection, sort of suggesting that I applied for the position. I did not. This is what happened. I've already testified about this when I appeared before the State Capture Commission, that there was a neighbor of mine at the time. I will provide you with the screenshots and the email. As practicing counsel, we forever giving out our CVs to anyone who may know where you can get any work. That's normal. And being my neighbor, you would know that I need that, and he would give me information and things like that. And he said to me, there's the Minister of Transport, who, by the way, I don't know, I had never met him, is under pressure to appoint boards for all the entities that fall under him. Apparently, there had been, I was not following up on what was actually happening, but it looks like there was even some court order or something like that, that he was given 4 months to appoint boards, not just Prasa, boards. I think the Minister of Transport is responsible for, if my recollection serves me well, about 13 entities. So it can be any other entity under his jurisdiction. So he wants to, because they are still putting together permanent boards. In the meantime, he wants to appoint interim boards for all these structures. Would you be interested? I said to him, I think I'm done with practice, and I've already filed my my application to the JSC, and if I'm interviewed and I'm successful, I rather be a judge than still be hopping around as counsel. But then he said to me, no, just give me your CV, and because this is a short-term thing, the maximum would be about 3-4 months. I said to him, I have other responsibilities that I have requested to do before I join the bench. So if it's not going to be longer than 3 months, you can take my CV. He took the CV, and I don't know where he took it to. And I never heard from anyone that they are considering the CVs being called to interview or anything like that. Then on I think the date is 19 October, if I'm not mistaken. It's in the records. I receive congratulatory messages, and people calling me that we see you on your name on TV, that there's an interim board of Prasa and your name is there and they say you are chairperson. No one had spoken to me about it. And that was it. Then I received a letter from Department of Transport. Then I spoke to them, I spoke to the minister to say, look, I'm still waiting for feedback from the recommendations of the JSC, because by then there were no appointments yet. And that if I'm appointed, and if I were to go to do this, I only have 3 months. I can stay until March. And that was the understanding with the minister. Then the next day or two, the directive from JP came. I've just seen it in volume 10, it's page, it means it happened the same day, but this came later. Volume 10, page 9, it's marked DM1. Here they've just copied the attachment, but there's an email attached to this where he says it's directed to recommended candidates, and it tells the recommended candidates that the president usually takes time to confirm and sign appointment certificates. But I have, in my division, I don't want to wait for the president to sign the certificates. I want you to start on the 1st of January. And he also spoke about other logistics, such as...
If we can just get clarity up until that particular email, you say, is that an email that came from Judge President Mlambo? The email you're talking about now?
Yes, President. I would prefer to have that, because that's where he explains what's going to happen.
I just want to get the sequence of your testimony sorted out.
It doesn't have the email.
No,
there's just
the contents of the email is not important right now.
I know the gist of the email. That's
Yes.
why I'm
That's
telling
fine.
you that it's directed to the recommended candidates, and
Yes.
it tells them the procedures or what's going to happen. The president is going to sign, but the signing of certificates may take long, but, and usually it's backdated to 1 January or the date that he may give him, but in the meantime, prepare yourself to start on 1 January.
Yes, now if...
And then
No,
after-
sorry, I just want to get the sequence of events in order, and not the contents. I just want to know, we know at some stage you took up a position at Prasa. It all started with a neighbor of yours telling you that the Minister of Transport are looking for personnel for, amongst others, a chairman for Prasa. Is that correct? you heard from a neighbor that Prasa, that the Minister of Transport was looking for a chairman. Would that be correct? That's how I understood your evidence so far.
No, Chairperson, President, that's not how I
Okay,
put it.
then,
May I request, because I lose my trail of thoughts. I know that you have a right to ask me questions in between, but then if the questions are not what I've said, I lose, I can't focus. May I request a short break? I need to have coffee.
yes, we started late. It's now 11:30. I was hoping to go through till lunch, but we will stand down for 10 minutes. And all I really am interested at this stage of your evidence is just to get clarity as far as your position with Prasa is concerned. I think it's common cause that you took up the position at Prasa. I want to know how that came about. And what you have said to us is that you were approached by a neighbor. And what I want to know is when that neighbor approached you, did you discuss this with Judge Mlambo before you went for the interviews? And when did you hear that you had been successful in the application to be appointed as the chairman of Prasa? Those are the matters that I just want to get clarity on.
I want to,
No, you can.
I will answer, but I need to, because they use, you are now using words that I said specifically I did not apply at Prasa.
Okay. No,
But
that-
now you are saying your application. So I need to put things clearly, President, so that there's no understanding between me and
Yes.
you. So I will put it clearly.
Yes.
Thank
We will stand down for 10 minutes to give you an opportunity to have coffee. And then when we come back, that's basically what I want to clear up. Thank you. Yes, thank you. We are back. Before we adjourned, Judge Makhubele, I put what I wanted to clarify with you. I understand you to have said that that is not how things transpired. Yeah.
Thank you, President. I just want to correct your understanding of what I said.
Yes, no, that's fine.
I'm trying to look for documents. I said I did not apply, number
No,
one.
I understand.
But there's an allegation by the complainant that I applied to be in the board of Prasa. So I needed to clarify that. I did not apply. Then there was
Sorry, just before you go on, I've been reminded to point out to you and warn you that you are still under oath. You may now continue. Yes, you say you didn't apply.
I did not apply, number one. And I tried to give the circumstances under which I found myself at Prasa. I mentioned that there was a neighbor. This is about September, if I'm not mistaken. There's when I give you the screenshots and the email, it's around September. That's why I said to him, and the conversation was not that there is going to be, it's a board. The conversation is, the minister has been instructed to appoint boards, permanent boards. In the meantime, he wants to constitute interim bodies for a short period. And that's where the discussion started. And I said, I'm not available. Anyway, I was to be considered for a permanent board, you would have applied or whatever procedure, I don't know. So he was looking for my CV that in any entity. And I said, the minister is responsible for 13 entities. Prasa is one of them. So when he requested my CV, it was not to say it's going to Prasa. The minister would see where he puts who for all those interim structures that he was putting together whilst he is considering permanent appointments. And that's when I said to the neighbor, I have applied, I want to be a judge. And if I'm successful, I will not avail myself for anything permanent. And that's when he assured me, they say all these interim boards are temporary. And I said, I only have until March, because I have already made arrangements that I will start in April. So if it's an interim structure, I can accept. So he then took my CV. I don't know where he took it to, and there was no discussion with anyone that we are considering you. I just saw that I have been appointed. And then I found so these things, there was no further discussion with anyone about whether which interim board it is or anything. I just saw the appointment. They mention first of my name. And then the next day I received a letter with the appointment certificate. The letter is, I'll make it available. It's 19 October.
Yeah, just give us the detail. You say there is a letter
It's
from
dated from the Minister of Transport. It's dated 19 October 2017.
whom? Yes.
I'll ask my attorney to make a copy of it. It reads, it's directed at Advocate Makhubele, and it reads, appointment as a non-executive director to the interim board of the Passenger Rail Agents of South Africa, Prasa. It's my pleasure to inform you of your appointment as a non-executive director with immediate effect until further notice.
Sorry, I didn't get the last word. Until?
Further notice.
Yes.
Then the next paragraph is just, it says, I trust that your experience and expertise will benefit the board and assist in providing strategy to ensure that the entity achieves its mandate whilst ensuring there's alignment between the entity and department strategic objectives. I wish you all the best. And it's signed, Mr. MJ Maswangani MP, Minister of Transport. It's dated 19 October 2017.
Sorry, Judge Moshidi, could I just go one step backwards in order to follow the evidence? Can you place a date on which you gave your neighbor or your neighbor took your CV? Are you able to recall that or not?
I have it somewhere. If you can give me a moment, I'll look for it.
Okay, I'll wait until later, but then the second thing I want to...
I will.
Yeah. The second thing I want to suggest, won't it be better for your instructing attorney to come and sit nearer you to facilitate the consultations between the two of you? I think it will be better, Chairperson.
Yes, it seems to be, it would be a better situation. Can that be done? Yes, we'll just give your instructing attorney an opportunity to.
We'll
ready.
need to, this table, there's no space here, so it will have to be extended that way. And this part to go that way, so we can sit together.
I'm going to stand down for about 10 minutes again and see if an arrangement can be made where your attorney would be close to you, even if you have to shift your position from where you are. Maybe move closer to her, if that can be arranged, or she can move closer to you. I'll give you and her about 10 minutes just to sort that out. There's no need for us to adjourn. Just let's see if we can do that.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Judge Mushidi. My attorney is now closer to me. In the meantime, I was able to go to my text messages, which I will also have it printed. This is the communication between me and my neighbor. His name is Chauke, Chauke.
I think I can wait, Chairperson.
Pardon,
I'll wait until you're ready to do so.
sorry, I'm just looking at the conversation is in September 2017, the date, but it's before this. I mean, this is the date where he was reminding me to send the CV, but the actual conversation could have started maybe a week earlier, but it's in September of 2017. This particular message says it's dated September 21, 2017 at 6:58 p.m. Good evening, says he, that's him. I wish to remind you to send me the CV, and I respond immediately and I say, I'll email loko nifika kaya kungarikale. Translation is I'll email when I get home shortly. And he says thanks, and I say sure, on the way home. And about 9:38 p.m. the same day, I say to him, Nirumerile. It's translation to English. It says I've sent it, and then he responds to say, thanks, I got it. I have forwarded it. So I will check the email where I have actually forwarded it. So there was no further communication here from the text. You will see our next communication is in January of 2018 about other things. But this is how my CV went to whoever was putting together the interim board. And as I said, I did not hear from him again. I don't know where he sent it to. I didn't hear from anyone who was putting together the interim boards. I just saw on the 19th, when there was an announcement that there has been a decision and the following people have been appointed to the interim board. And then I received this letter, and I had already told him that I'm only available for 3 months because I am not starting until April. And the question from the president, before I answer the president, Judge Mushidi, have I answered your question?
It's okay, I accept for now, thank you.
Then I was saying these things happened on the same, the coincidence maybe was because on the same, there's an email from from the PA of Judge Mlambo, the 20 October email that forwarded those directives for newly appointed judges. And immediately after I received that email, there's already records. I won't go back to the emails, the communication between me and him by emails. There's an email that I immediately sent to him on 20 October to say, JP, can we have further discussions? Because I saw he had already, he said everybody is going to start on January 2018. And because I knew the both of us had already had a discussion, I was surprised, and I wanted to understand from him why is he doing that without even telling me. And you will recall from the record that his response was that I must put in writing what I think would be a suitable date. And then the email communication went on, and at some stage, there was a lapse in communication, and then he said to me, I have delayed. He says the delay, I can't remember that English in that email, but something about of your own doing. But then we then had a discussion, a physical discussion. I asked him, JP, why my arrangement with you was that I was going to start on the 1st of April. Why did you say the president must sign all our certificates for 1 January 2018? And he then gave me a reason. We were in his chambers. I said, because we spoke and you assured me that my certificate will come with a date of 1 April 2018. What's happening now? He said at some point he was overwhelmed with requests from would-be judges in that batch, in our batch, to start later than 1 January 2018. And he mentioned the name of one judge that he had declined to give permission to start later than 1 January. And he said because he refused this particular judge, and maybe others, I don't know, but he mentioned one prominent senior counsel who was serving in some international trade organization. That's then advocate David Unterholter, now Judge Unterholter, that he made a request and he declined to allow him. I think his request was also to start in April, and he declined him. I don't know others, but he mentioned him and he said, I was just fed up with requests, and I said to him, but why didn't you tell me? Because you should have told me that what we spoke about and agreed on will no longer happen, instead of simply telling the president to sign all our certificates for 1 January. I have told you, and now look, just now simultaneously with your directive, because I thought I was going to start in April, I've accepted this temporary appointment at Prasa. This was our discussion. And then he said to me, he is going to he is going to fix it, the problem, because it was his mistake. And let's talk again. And we continued to talk. And in the meantime, I think there's a draft duty roster that has already been presented here. I don't know which bundle, but it exists here. It's dated, I think it's 7 December 2017. And it's asking everyone that has identified errors or has problems to approach him. And I responded to that email on 7 December to say, put my name on hold until we finish our discussion. There is an email to that effect. The pagination beats me, but it's common cause that there is such an email. And that was not the end of our discussion. I have a bundle of, yesterday I referred to text messages between me and Judge President Mlambo. After that, after my email of 7 December, where I say, don't finalize the role with my name until we finish discussing that matter. There's a text message of this 14 December 2017. This is, I don't know if by now you have copies of this bundle. We have not named it yet, but I've asked that it be distributed.
Sorry, what do you wish to submit now, Judge Makhubele? A bundle? You have a bundle that you want to submit?
If I may, President,
Yes, certainly.
we did make copies like we had requested earlier on before we started,
Yes.
before 10:30. But we needed to find out from Ms. Harris whether she could assist us with the pagination because we wanted to be in chronological order. Yes, following the volumes, the numbering of the volumes that is there already, to avoid a confusion. The copies are with me, but we didn't have an opportunity that I could approach her so that we could number them.
Well, are the bundles sorted out? The tribunal haven't seen the bundles. I will ask Advocate Harrison what her attitude is, and we will then take it from there. Just give me a minute, please. Advocate Harrison, do you know anything about these bundles, and what's your attitude?
Thank you, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I have no knowledge of these bundles. They've never been referred to. And Chairperson, inasmuch as I may not be opposed to the bundles being submitted, but I must place it on record that at the pretrial hearing, these are the issues that were supposed to have been resolved. And taking into consideration that it's part of evidence, I'm not opposed to it being submitted, but it is a bit of a problem taking into consideration the fact that there've also been witnesses who have already testified, and I'm not sure what these bundles now consist of as well. So until such time as one has sight of them, I do not know what the bundles are consisting of. Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, we will, as a preliminary measure to carry on with Judge Makhubele's evidence, please hand out the bundles, and we will refer to it as a provisional set, and we will, depending upon how we go, we will then label it properly. But these bundles comes from Judge Makhubele. Is that correct?
That's correct, President.
Yes, please
And
let
thank
us-
you for your indulgence.
President, I wish to apologize because I indicated yesterday that I'm not an expert in extracting records from devices. So and due to time constraints, there are certain messages that are not relevant for our purpose. I should have blanked them out or something like that, but there's nothing controversial. It's just that it's a, when I say controversial,
No, I appreciate the position that is confronting us now, but let's just identify what you have handed up. Before the tribunal now are two bundles. One, it's a bundle of correspondence, letters that's before us. And the second bundle deals with a number of emails. Am I correct?
it's text messages.
Yes, text messages that, text messages that between you and various people. We have to,
Well, it's between me and JP Mlambo, not various people.
oh, I see, because
Yes.
we haven't had an opportunity to,
It's SMSs between
it's
me
SMSs.
and Judge Mlambo for the period December 14 to, I hope that bundle is, because some of my pages, they've returned them upside down. From 14 December 2017 to 29 November 2018. These are extracts from my cell phone, my messaging system.
Well, I think the letters, correspondence, we will give it an annexure number and name after you, JM1 and JM2. These bundles are provisionally accepted. I don't know if anybody wants to go through the bundles. If nobody does, we will then continue, Judge Makhubele. Now, which bundle are you referring to?
Can I just confirm the letters are JM1?
Yes.
And the
JM2.
SMSs are JM2.
Yes.
The letters, I'm not going to talk about them today. I've already testified about them yesterday.
Yeah.
Those are issues relating to the timeline between the lodgement of the of the complaint to when the tribunal started. So I'm not gonna talk about it today. I'm on this JM2.
Yes.
There is an allegation that I ignored the directive of JP Mlambo of not the directive, the duty roster. That's an email of 7 December 2017, and I say that's not true. There's an email in the bundle, it's dated 7 December 2017, where I told him that in response to his urging
Well,
for
let's
that,
let's just get the email you're referring to. The first email we have, that I have in JM2, is dated 14 December 2017 at 6:19
AM, no.
Yes, now,
That's a text, I'm talking about an email,
yeah,
President.
when is that? And where do I find it?
Sorry, Chairperson. Maybe if I can just maybe get some clarity so that we can assist with regards to the email that is being referred to. Is she referring to email as part of JM1, or does Judge Makhubele want us to look for the email dated the 7th of December 2017, so that we can assist quickly
In
with regards to the...
JM2. The email is part of JM2, the two bundles you've handed up, I've marked
It's
it.
not in the two bundles.
Oh,
It was referred to during the evidence of JP Mlambo.
yes.
I'm just trying to get it, but it's an email where I tell him that don't finalize the allocations until we finalize our discussions.
Person, maybe if I can assist the tribunal, if we go on to volume 18, and it is marked as page 1 of volume 18, I think maybe if Judge Makhubele could look at volume 18, page 1, it's page 1, maybe that would assist in identifying whether that is the email she's referring to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Volume 80. Can I have volume 18 if you have it near? Okay, here are they. I have it. You say what page? Page 1.
Yeah, page 1, after the index page is the index page, it looks like it was 2 pages. Then the next page is marked as page 1 on top.
Yes, thank you for your assistance, Ms. Harrison. You will recall there's an email circulating the draft roster. The email is dated 6 December 2017, and the heading is it's draft duty rosters. And I replied to that email on 7 December 2017. The text of J.P. Mlambo's email circulating the draft roster, you'll find in page 6 of that bundle. It says, here with the draft duty rosters for term 1, 2018, I request feedback regarding clashes and double bookings, in particular by Friday on these days, to enable me to finalize the duty rosters and give further directives. And I replied to this email in page 1 of this bundle, volume 18, page 1. I say, Dear Judge President Mlambo, thank you for the email. I have noted the allocation. I request that you place me on hold until we finalize the discussion about my application to start later than January 18. And this is 7 December.
Sorry, Judge Makhubele, but the question of a duty roster is not in contention. The evidence we have, it was drawn up, including your name, for the first time, for the first term in 2018, but later it was amended to exclude your name from there. Was that not the evidence?
Thank you, Judge
Yes,
Mushidi.
there's nothing controversial.
It's not in contention. The only contentious issue is an allegation that I ignored. I did not reply to the draft roster, and I'm only merely pointing out that I did not ignore, I replied. That's all that I'm showing them. That we had further meetings, as you can see from the text of December 14, 2017 in JM2, where I say to him, good morning, JP, I trust that you are well. Please advise if you are available today or tomorrow so I can come over to discuss. In caps, I say that matter because we know what the matter is between me and him. And this is 14 December. And as I've already told the tribunal, we did meet in his chambers. This is the day that he showed me envelopes that he said it has appointment certificates for the appointed, for the new judges. And he said to me, he's not giving me that certificate. I've already said I don't have it up to now, because he is sending it back to the president because it should bear a date of 1 April 2018. And we then left it there. That was the last time I physically had a meeting with JP. I said it's a day after this text message, which was the last day of recess 2017. The next time I heard from J.P. Mlambo was in that meeting. He said he's sending back the certificate and he's going to write to the minister to appoint someone to take over the role. That was before end of term, and I believe that was before finalization of the role. And in that period, I then received a call from a lady that was supposed to be my clerk. I told her to redirect the files to speak to J.P. Mlambo, and as such, I never received the files. Then that was end of term 2017. The next time I heard from J.P. Mlambo in JM2, there's a text dated January 26, 2018, 9:34 p.m. This is a message from JP Mlambo to me. As I go along, I'll just put the dates, the numbering. This is, it's page 2 of JM2. This text, it says, Kurula, which is peace be with you in English. This songa, Kurula, peace be with you. It's a greeting. Please forward your email address. I have a letter that I must bring to your attention. And in the next page, I respond, peace be unto you. I respond, I say, Kurula kube nangwina, peace be with you. And I give him the email address that's indicated there. And he asked me, thanks, is this your personal email address? And I respond, my daughter's. Mine has reached capacity, I must delete old to free space. And he replies, please do that as the letter is confidential. And I say, you can send it to that address. It will take time to, I hope it's not bad news as I'm on the brink of collapse with stress. And in the next pages, the communication is just me telling him that I have not received the email. January 27, 2018, morning JP, the email Aifikanga. Can I call? Aifikanga means I have not received it. It has not been delivered. And he's keep on saying he has sent it. And it goes to the 28th of January until I received it. So, morning JP, I received the email, please check my reply. And he replies, I've seen it, Nana. Please confirm if you can meet on Tuesday. This is already term has, it's the confidential letter is talking about is that letter from Unite Behind dated 26 January. That's where they were telling him that there's a judge in your division that we've been informed she's in court, she's at Prasa at the same time. That's the letter. And then he asked me for a meeting on Tuesday. I respond to him January 28, 2018. I'm available anytime on Tuesday, JP. You will confirm time. If possible, I suggest outside chambers venue, Nana. And then I did go to his chambers for a meeting as we have arranged here.
If we can just stop there for a moment. And I'm aware of the evidence you gave yesterday. Just want to see where you and Judge Mlambo are at idem about meetings you had. You say you had a meeting with him on the 14th of December 2017. Is that correct?
In December, that was our last meeting.
Yes.
In December. It was not the only meeting.
No, I understand that. That was the last meeting.
Yes,
When then next did you meet in person?
The next day after that text. It
That
could
would be
be 15, 16 December, but it was the last day of term for 2017.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, leaving that aside, when then did you next meet in person?
This is as per this text. We are arranging a meeting. The text is dated 28 January,
Yes.
and he says, please confirm if we can meet on Tuesday. I can't, I'll have to go to the calendar, what date was Tuesday?
Well, let's,
After,
yeah,
but,
let's
but
start.
we did meet,
So you must have met in person
end of January,
end of January.
yes, to discuss the letter from Unite Behind.
Can we then just confirm that it is your evidence? You had a meeting with Judge Mlambo towards the end of the term, 14th or 15th December, with Judge Mlambo. And then the next meeting was in 2018, January. It would have been around the 29th or 30th of January. Would that be correct? There's no meeting in between that.
No, there's no meeting or a request for a meeting between December and this date, end of January. I just want to, President, if I can quickly just check what date this could have been. Just bear with me, thank you.
Yes.
This text is of 28 January 2018. 28 January is what date is this? It's a Saturday. 28 January is a Saturday. So it's a Saturday, and I tell him that I'm available anytime on Tuesday. Tuesday was the 30th of January. So we probably met on this Tuesday. So that was our first meeting in 2018, and we were talking about that letter from Unite Behind, which he had already replied to when we met. Because remember, his response is 29 January. If I can pause here and go to, and quickly the next text happened in March of 2018. This is something else. These are other meetings, but about the same matters. So can I quickly just respond to his affidavit with regard to our discussion, our meeting? Can I do that?
Yes, you certainly may. You may choose to deal with whatever he had to say. But just to point out, what is relevant for me, the others on the tribunal may consider other issues relevant as well, was Judge Mlambo's evidence that around the middle of the month, he and the Deputy Judge President had a meeting with you, and it was at that meeting that he first raised with you your position at Prasa. You say there was no such meeting.
Yes, President, I deny there was such a meeting because he, in his evidence here, he says they had to extract from me that I was at Prasa after they read media reports. I will show you that there were no media reports.
No, that's fine.
The first media report about my being at Prasa was, I will also refer you to it in the bundle that's still
Yes,
coming. There was after, as you can see, he says that letter is confidential. So it's between him and Unite Behind, they mark it confidential. And I've also seen in the complaint, in one of the letters where Unite Behind says there was confidential correspondence between them and Judge Mlambo. That's the letter of 26 January and his response of 29 January.
No, I understand.
By that date, no media report that Judge Mlambo or Judge Lidwaba could have read. The first media...
I know, I understand where you're going.
Yes,
The meeting, no, so you say the meeting Judge Mlambo testified about in the middle of January, no such meeting happened.
No such meeting happened.
No, that's all.
In his evidence...
No, you don't have to say anything more than that. So that is your evidence.
Thank you.
And we will continue with other stuff that you wish to deal with. We will take an adjournment. It's now almost 1:45, and if we can reconvene at 1:30, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Judge Makhubele, I must remind you that you are still under oath. And when we took the adjournment at 12:30, you were going to tell us about a meeting which you had towards the end of January 2018 with the Judge President.
Thank you, President. Before I do that, my attorney would like to address you.
Yes.
Thank you, President. I have a request for an indulgence to leave around, say, 2 o'clock or at the latest 2:15. There is an emergency that I need to attend to.
Yes, thank you. I've been told that you can't remain after about 2 o'clock, and I'm given to understand that Judge Makhubele requires your assistance.
Yes.
So we will then go to 2 o'clock and we will then adjourn from there.
Thank you for the indulgence.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, President. When we adjourned, I was at where there's a meeting just after he had responded to the complainant. This meeting, according to these text messages, could have taken place end of January because I'm writing here to say I'm available Tuesday. Tuesday would have been the 30th of January, 2028. This is our first meeting in 2018. To the best of my recollection, it was just me and him. The only meeting that DJP was in attendance, I'll get to it, but it's with regard to the next text, if you can read them. It's March 14, 2018.
Just before you move on, let's just deal with it one at a time. We are now talking about the 28th of January. You say you met with the JP alone.
Yes.
Yeah. And what was that meeting about? You can just in broad outline.
He gave me the response that he had written to the complainant. That's the letter of 29 January.
Anything else that was dealt with at that meeting?
That was basically to say we're going to wait for the president to respond to the request to revoke the certificate, and until then, there's nothing we can do.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear too clearly. He was going to wait for
For the response.
Yeah.
There was a response, a letter that he had already written to minister. It's in the record.
Yes.
I think it's dated 22 January. So thereafter, there was this inquiry from the complainant, which he responded to on 29 January, and then when I met with him, he was just updating me on what's happening, and that's it. And I had requested to quickly deal with this affidavit because it's short and deals with the issues pertaining to our interactions.
Yes.
His affidavit is in volume 10, page 1. I've already indicated. In paragraph 4, he just he talks about how he knows me, and that the last 3 lines where he says he has always held Judge Makhubele in the highest regard and actively promoted her career to the point at which she was appointed as a judge of the High Court by the President on 2 November 2017. I just wanted to confirm yesterday I testified that he is the one who actually recruited me or encouraged me to apply to be a judge. So he confirms it here that he actively promoted my career to be a judge. And the next thing, paragraph 5, well, that's how we understand the complaint or why he was called to write an affidavit. According to him, he was asked to write this affidavit because there's a complaint that I held other offices for profit while I was a judge. And the next comment I can make is paragraph 9, where he talks about our discussions prior the JSC interview. I want to deny what he says here, and I will tell you exactly what I do not agree with. He started by saying, prior the interview, I spoke to him requesting clarity, if appointed, when the effective date of her appointment will be. I informed her that in the Gauteng division, the date will be 1 January. And I denied this. It was not just clarity seeking. We had several discussions about the matters that I had to complete, and that I would, on a formal, where I was formally employed or appointed, I would have to give the minister at least a notice of resignation of 3 months, and that's when we agreed on the date of 1 April. And then I also want to, what he has deposed to here is not supported by the email interactions between me and him.
When you say it's not supported by the email, are you referring to?
I'm referring to, he says here, upon receiving my letter of 19 October, Judge Makhubele informed me that she was not able to take up a permanent appointment as a judge on 1 January 2018. When I inquired from her why she could not do so, she responded by saying that as she was the chairperson of the Water Tribunal, she required time to finalize her responsibilities thereto. I pointed out to her that her position as chairperson of the Water Tribunal was judicial in nature and would not conflict with her duties as a judge. I refused the request as I did not accept her reason for not taking up the appointment. I made it clear the date of appointment was 1 January and it would not change. We left the discussion on that matter then. Well, I can say my reaction when I received the letter, which we now call a directive of 19 October, was to engage him by email. And in the emails, we did not talk substantive things. I just said, can we have further discussions, which to me, well, I use the word further, meaning we had already spoken about certain things and I want to talk to him further, and he said I must put it in writing. I did that, and there was never a disclosure of the substance of what we are talking about in the emails. It was just a request for meetings, and we met and we discussed the issues. And as I've already testified, when I met him in his chambers after he had received appointment certificate, he refused to give me the certificate because he said it's invalid. I'm taking it back to the president anyway to have it changed to the date that we have already agreed on. So I do not have any appointment certificate for 1 January 2018. I only have one appointment certificate of 1 June 2018. So I just wanted to contextualize some of the things that he's saying here in this paragraph. And then he says, shortly before 1 January, the appointees were requested to come in to see me at my chambers, mainly for the purpose taking the oath of office. The certificates of appointment had been issued, and the date of assumption fixed for 1 January. Judge Makhubele did not come to see me as requested by me. I don't know what he means shortly before 1 January. This would be towards the end of December. And as I say, I saw him in his chambers. It was me and him on the last day of term, and that's where he showed me the certificate. I have never been called to come to take an oath. And the reason I submit the text messages, and I will also submit emails. Judge Mlambo and I, if he doesn't find me on the phone, he will text or send an email. So this story that him and Judge Dwaba called me the first week of, here he says this in the next paragraph, where he says, during the second week of January, when Judge Makhubele had still not come to see me in response to my request, I called her inquiring why she had failed to accede to my request to attend at my chambers. I denied this. This is the head of office. You have this kind of a judge like what he is painting me to be in this affidavit. You call, she doesn't, she tells you outright, I'm not coming. What would you do? You don't even follow up by a letter because you are the head of office. There's no record of any letter having been written to me to record what they are painting me to be in this affidavit or in the evidence before you. And I have, in this extract from SMSs, you will see the kind of relationship that we had. We were open with each other. And as I say, you are welcome to read everything. There's nothing controversial. It was a professional relationship. And with regard to this matter, he would update me. I've received this. Look at it. What do you say about this? Can you give me this? What, Nana, I've seen what do they call this? An article about you in the City Press. And they talk about an opinion from ENS. Can you give me the opinion? And I will give him. And so to me, he was like someone supporting me. We are waiting for what we had set on motion for the president to say something. There's no way in our communication where he reprimands me the way that he has testified before you, President and Honorable Panel. You will read all the messages. I was telling him everything, and I'll get to the meeting with where we are now with Judge Lidwaba. That was until, let me finish his affidavit before I go there. He says that's line 3. She stated that she had informed me that she would not be able to take up the appointment on the date as she has outstanding work to find. I reminded that I declined the request and expected her to take the oath of office. She asked to come into my chambers to discuss the matter, and I agreed. When she came to see me, I inquired what was going on, as she was required to take an oath of office and commence her duties as a judge. She responded by saying that she still had matters to sort out relating to a practice. I put that by incomplete matters, she meant water tribunal. That was no basis for her not to come. Her duties as a judge, as we previously discussed this, and had specifically declined the request. This is paragraph 11. If you see, he says this happened on the 2nd week of January, but if you look at our communication, as I've pointed and I've stated, our first meeting was on his request. That was after he had given me the complaint from the Unite Behind. 26 January, that's when he started communicating with me that he wants to give me a confidential letter, and I received it, and then we made arrangements to meet. And as I say, the request to meet him he made that request on 28 January, and so I deny that I met him earlier. And that's in paragraph 11. Paragraph 12, he says, at no stage had she made any mention to me of her involvement in Prasa. I then raised the issue with her by telling her that I had seen media reports that she had accepted the job as chairperson of interim board of Prasa. She admitted to me that she had. I asked her how she could accept such an appointment, having received my letter of October 2017 and also having knowledge of the J's recommendation for her appointment as a judge. I also referred to the number of Prasa cases being dealt within the Gauteng division and pointed out that it had been totally imprudent of her to accept that appointment. My comment on this paragraph: shortly after I had replied to his directive of 19 January, and after I had requested to meet him, we had a meeting. He heard that I had accepted that interim appointment from me. And for the record, at that time, this October, November, December, there had been no media reports about Prasa or the interim board. The first report came after the complaint was raised in that confidential letter from Unite Behind. And the first report about me and Prasa was an article by Judge's Matter. I will submit that article to you. I have it here. This is the first public report about me and Prasa. If anyone knows anything else, they are welcome to bring it to the attention of the tribunal. But as far as I know, there was an article by Alison Tilly of Judge's Matter. I don't know if she's still with Judge's Matter. She had written an article on 21 February 2018, as far as I'm concerned, and just she mentioned, she says, Judge Makhubele has commented that, oh, this is an update, because the first article she wrote without consulting me. And then I then called her to say, why didn't you ask me? Because she wrote what was in the Unite Behind's complaint, that I was sitting as a judge, and my name was in the court roll. So I called her and said, but why are you writing a story about me without asking if this is true or not? And then she did an update. I have a copy here. You will get, it's 21 February 2018. She included what I told her. This is the first that I know of, and of course there would have been follow-ups as the newspapers always do. One breaks the story and then there's a, I don't know whether they sell the rights or something like that. So beginning of January, there was no publicity about me.
No, I understand the point you're making. If you're moving on to something else, we would have to take the adjournment for today as requested by your instructing attorney. But if there's anything more that you wish to add, and if you reach the convenient stage, please indicate so we can adjourn.
This would be an opportune time, President, because I will finish when we reconvene. There are emails that I'm referring to that I think I need to submit before we reconvene. And furthermore, my attorney will, she will forward whatever I need for the next to complete my evidence. And before you decide when we are convening, I want to make a formal request. I mentioned it in passing yesterday that looking at the affidavit of both JP and DJP, they say they called me and I refused to attend to them. They put the time at the second week of January 2018, and my evidence is I deny. In the affidavit, JP says second week of February, but I've seen in his evidence here, he says first week of January, sorry. So I want to make a formal request that I think it would benefit the tribunal to have certainty with regard to these alleged calls that I have been made to me by JP and DJP in the first week of January 2018. I've suggested one means that is known to me. You may know other means, but I said I've heard that it's possible through some investigation to see that between Judge Makhubele and Judge Mushidi, this is the communication for this particular period. Thank you, President. And before you give a date when we are to reconvene, I wish to request that as when I agreed to testify, I indicated that I reserve my rights to ask for legal representation, and that I will ask that that right be reserved. As you can see, President, I'm really struggling. I need to be to have legal representation when we reconvene. Thank you.
Yes, is there anything else? Well, I have been informed that this venue is not available next week, that we can get a venue on the 7th of February. That would give you, Judge Makhubele, just a little over a week to decide what you want to do about your representation. The state attorney too will then have an opportunity to think about it. I have requested the Secretariat of the Judicial Service Commission to find out possible dates, and the dates that she has come back to me is the 7th of February. I would have hoped that it would have been sooner, but that's the earlier date that I can adjourn the matter to, and I think there would be enough time between now and February to give you an opportunity to deal with whatever it is that you would like to deal with. So, is there anybody else who wishes to say anything about the date that I have mentioned? Advocate Harrison?
We confirm the date, Chairperson.
And I take it that the date suits the complainant as well.
We will fit in with the tribunal, but just a question of clarity, Chairperson. So on the 7th, and then for how many days will the tribunal sit thereafter?
I'm hoping that we would finish the week, but of course I can't give you any guarantee. It depends how it goes. And it depends upon the availability of whatever venue is chosen. I'm available to do it, and I think most of the tribunal is. It's the other parties that are, whose availability could be a problem. But that's the best I can do. So we will then stand adjourned to 10 o'clock, the 7th of February.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I had not responded to the date that you have, you are communicating, President. I just said I want to be represented. I still need to find out if that date would be suitable. If we can, you can allow me a moment to confirm.
Yes, certainly.
I don't want us to get into another to and fro about the dates but I need my attorney to call counsel and to ask if that date is suitable.
Whose availability would be a problem as far as the 7th of February is concerned? Now, it's the inquiry involve you. The only other person that could be affected would be the state attorney. I haven't heard anything, and for me to consider there, but I think the 7th of February is sufficient time for everybody to get ready. We're basically dealing with your evidence, and it would be, hopefully, we would get to whatever questions the evidence leader has of you and whatever further questions that a tribunal may put. I had hoped for more days, but we've only got 3 further days, 7th, 8th, and 9th of February. And I hope that we can conclude the evidence on that
The
period.
last thing, I think the state attorney will write to you for a more formal. I've said I'm making a formal request, but it looks like she will have to make it in writing. She She will make it in writing. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. We then stand adjourned until the 7th of February, and the OCJ will get in touch with everybody and inform them as to where we will meet, and if the venue and the time would be hopefully 10 o'clock on that day. Thank you all.